sponsors ESDA and Voson, and thank you to all, or shout out to all of the teams for showing up today. Today we are at Plock, and it is a tight course. It is going to be an interesting set of battles to see. We have the course coming in from the start line. There's that no drift zone through that first corner, going across that line until you hit the restart line, just to make sure that you get a tight battle. Once you cross over the restart line, you have that quick initiation into a decel zone, leading into that large sweeper of a first outside zone, where the judges want to see you on the wall the whole way through. And then past that, we have a second outside zone. On the second outside zone, there is two boxes to tick on that outside zone. You have to hit the second outside, or the second box, to fill that outside zone fully. The first box is going to be for the second pass through. Once they've made it through there and hit that second box, you come around midline into the second box with the green cones on the wall, and then they come around into the fourth outside zone, which is going to be an interesting area of the track today. There's a small decel right before outside zone 4, and then they pile on back onto throttle and try not to drop a tire throughout that outside zone, because the edge of that course is considered as that, or the outside of the zone, not the wall. And it's easy to fly off. It's easy to push a little bit too hard. And then coming back around, you swing back, quick transition into the second box with the orange cones on the wall, all the way out to the wall for that one. And then you come back around for a quick transition into the inside clip, the only inside clip of the course. And once you've made it through that, you're almost all the way through. You hit the last outside, or the second to last outside clip, which is another small box, just a touch and go. Quick transition into the last sweeper to finish it off, and that will be another point of contention today to see if they can hold control over the finish line. So, for a brief overview of the bracket for today, we have Jack Lai, who has been on an absolute heater this year, getting a bye run into top 16. Or not Jack Lai, Liam Akihiko, getting a bye run into top 16. And for our second battle, we have Kevin Ostatek and Josh Parsons, which is going to be another interesting battle. Third battle, we have Max Jagger getting a bye run into top 16. A lot of bye runs into top 16 this time. And we're going to see how that factors into both the ranking, or the overall rankings for the season, given there's only one more round and the points do matter. It is a close championship. But we have Kyle Puia and Khalil Torres in the fourth battle. Brandon Shorton getting a bye run, Logan Michi and Nishimura, which is going to be a fun battle. Brett Ortega getting a bye run, Felipe Santos and Shuya going at it head-to-head. Jacob Hutchkins, who's been on absolute tear in practice, getting a bye run. Hassan Celich getting a bye run, who's also been on a tear and has been pretty consistent throughout this season. We have Charlie Thompson and Dylan Davis going head-to-head. Brandon Taylor and Santiago going head-to-head. Jack Lai getting a bye run. Gandhi May and Tyler Duff going head-to-head. Rick Spencer getting a bye run. And Marty going against Genji. So we are in for hopefully a quick top 32 and an interesting set of battles into the top 16. But from the looks of it, we've got Liam on the line.
Exactly, he's ready to go. There's absolutely no pressure on him. He's guaranteed in the top 16 as long as he can finish a nice run. The lights are out and he's going. All he has to do is to just finish a run or just initiate. As he does, going into the first outside zone, keeping it to the wall nicely. He's guaranteed into the top 16, but doing a practice run never hurts. On to outside zone 2, transitioning onto outside zone 3, and into the roundabout. Doing it nicely, filling it all the way. Onto outside zone 5. And the only inside tip on the track. Outside zone 6 and 7 coming up. Doing it pretty nicely. Keeping it on the wall. Finishing the run. And he's in the top 16.
And that was a textbook run from him. He put it through cleanly. He held it together and didn't try and do too much, but he did get himself a decent little bit of practice just so that when he does get into battle and actually have to push it, he knows where the edges of the course are and how much he can, let it eat, so to speak. And it looks like the judges have voted and by run gets the win. I'm just kidding. Liam Akihiko gets the win.
And the next battle should be Kevin Ostatek and Josh Parsons.
And this is going to be a fun battle indeed. The first battle that we're getting, the first head-to-head battle that we're getting to see of the day. And they're both lined up and itching to go.
Exactly. Kevin is leading while Josh, they're waiting for the starting light.
Looks like we've got all the judges ready, the drivers lined up ready, and is that stagger start gonna hurt him?
Let's see.
It's gonna be interesting.
Kevin leading, Josh initiating. Nice opportunity. Kevin not quite filling the first zone. And Josh is struggling to keep up. Transitioning to outside zone 2. Doing it nicely. Now Josh is starting to reach in the pocket of Kevin. But he taps the wall, transitioning onto the outside zone 4, maybe dropping a tire. Josh doing it nicely on the chase, not overcommitting. But Kevin hits the wall 2 times, and now, whoa, now Josh hits the lead and the run is going. This was very interesting.
That will definitely be interesting to see how the judges look back on that, given the fact that he was real aggressive, but at the same time, Kevin was in the wall, and did that tap in the wall from Kevin cause him to have the car just off balance enough that he just couldn't pull it back, couldn't save himself?
But now let's see. Josh is leading out Kevin. They are waiting for the starting light.
And can Kevin keep it clean and hold it together?
And they initiate. Ooh, Kevin is keeping big distance.
But he's
Josh is doing
shallow.
nicely.
He's shallow through that first zone now. And missing the whole outside second clip. Can he get into the third? He's shallow through it, but he's in it. And filling all of that fourth outside zone as he flips it back around. Filling that fifth outside zone inside clip. Can he hit the sixth and the seventh? Yes, he can. As he pushes it out to the wall on that last outside zone.
Now this is going to come down to who was the crash at fault. Because we got to see a pretty clean second half of this battle.
It looked like he was trying to pull a bit of a gap on him throughout the whole first half of the course, but then he started to settle in and really feel the zones because he knew he needed to put down a solid lead run, and that he did.
Exactly. On the first half of the battle, Josh was keeping a nice proximity on the second half of the track, but Kevin was struggling to place the car on the correct line, and
Yeah.
it kind of messed up Josh. So Josh might have a tiny bit of advantage, in my opinion.
And given the fact that he was pushing his car, he was real aggressive with it. He was trying his best to get around the course, but those wall taps could have disrupted the car, and they looked like they did disrupt the car just enough to throw him offline. And if the chase driver is pulling on the door like the judges want to see, that just gives him nowhere to go. As soon as you choke up just a little bit, he's got nowhere to go.
Exactly. But there's no one to blame because this track is extremely hard. Like, it's very tight, very low speed, and to put the car to the correct line and put it on the correct zones is super hard. And big respect to all the drivers who showed up today, because it's going to be a very hard event for them.
And the judges are still looking over the replays, trying to figure out, but from the looks of it, they might have a decision on who's at fault.
And one of the judges already voted for Josh.
And it looks like we're going to have Josh Parsons as the winner in the M2, going on to the top 16. And our next battle is going to be Max Jagger in his F22, just having his run.
Exactly, he has literally no pressure on his shoulders. He's pretty much guaranteed into the top 16. He's been doing absolutely insane rounds this weekend, so... And he's ready.
Just going out to test the waters.
Yeah.
Seeing the extent to where he can put it, and he is parking it on the edge of the course. Filling all of those outside zones as he swings it back around. He comes through the keyhole, pushing it all the way to the outside of the course without dropping a tire, and that has been a problem in practice with people dropping a tire, but he pushes it through that inside clip into outside zone 6 and outside zone 7 as he hits some left foot brake and pushes it up against the wall and allows the finish line clean.
Exactly, and that's all he needed to do. Just do a practice run, basically, and he's guaranteed into the top 16.
And he managed to keep his poise, not spin out, not do anything crazy, just get a nice clean run across so that when the top 16 hits, he's got a nice practice and he can just go out there and put down a consistent line.
Exactly. And the next battle is Kyle Huya and Kyle Torres.
And we are in
And they are ready to do their battle. They lined up, waiting for the starting lines.
And we are in for it. We have the A90 going against the 26B RX-7. Let's see it.
Yep, Kyle leading out Kale. I don't know how to pronounce, sorry. And Kyle is pulling a bit of a gap on the initiation, cleaning out it nicely. But Khalil is struggling, crashing into the wall, while Khalil is doing a nice job cleaning out outside zone 3. Khalil is just not getting it, struggling to keep the car sliding. So there you go, Kyle transitioning to the outside zone 4 and 5. And Khalil is not doing a great chase, to be honest. He's all over the place, cutting walls, no proximity, while Khalil is doing a flawless lead, transitioning to the last outside zone, and Khalil is nowhere to be seen as the chase driver, so they finished the run.
And the question is, would that be deemed as an inactive chase? Because he was nowhere in the picture for most of that. And I get that Kyle's quick, but you gotta be in the picture.
Exactly, so they go. Khalil leading at Kyle.
Let's see if this
Initiating.
There's a big gap.
Khalil is in the middle of the track, while Kyle is doing a nice chase. He doesn't have to worry about those persons. Oh, Khalil crashes onto the wall. And Kyle continues.
And that was an interesting thing to see. At least he shut her down but he was pushing her and just pushed her a little bit too hard there. Tried to get a little bit deeper than he was able to in that car and just bite or tried to bite a little too much and it just bit back.
Kyle was doing a really good lead on the first half of the battle, but Khalil was struggling to keep up on every part of the track basically, and he was all over the place on both in his lead and chase.
He knew after his chase that he had to try and pull some sort of gap on Kyle just to make up the points that he lost from being that far out of the fight.
And we have three judges voting for Kyle Puya, who's advancing to the top 16. And the next battle is going to be in between Brandon Shorton and Byron 5.
I think Byron's got this one.
I mean, Byron 5 has been doing really strong this weekend, so Brandon should really hook his car up because we should know that Byron's car is super fast.
Yeah, you've got to be careful of Byron. Silent killer every weekend.
So Brandon is pulling up to the starting light, but Byron 5 is nowhere to be seen. So we might see a Byron this time.
And he's got no pressure. He's just going out trying to test the waters, figure out where he wants to be, where he wants the car to be, and make sure he's got the proper setup in it and that he's ready to party. And it looks like he is ready to party.
He is indeed initiating on the first corner, getting out outside zone 1, not too close to the wall, just being safe, doing a transition to outside zone 2. Very deep, nice. Transitioning to outside zone 3 and 4. Doing it nicely. No pressure on his shoulders on outside zone 5. Missed it a bit up into inside grid 1 and outside zone 6. And transitioning to the last and final outside zone, keeping it very close to the wall and finishing the run, and he's into the top 16.
And that was a cleanly put together run. He was not too aggressive in that first outside zone, but as he spun it back around for that last one, he said, I'm gonna push her all the way out to the wall. Checkers or records.
Exactly. And we have 3 judges voting for Brandon Shorton.
He might have kissed that wall.
The next battle is going to be in between Logan Nash and Nishimura Koichi.
Logan leads, Nishimura chases.
They are pulling to the starting line, and they are looking to be ready to go.
The question is, will he be able to put it up on the door? Logan in his Supra.
Let's see.
Nishimura in his Evo, which has been a tight car all year.
Ooh, but Nishimura a bit over-rotating on the initiation, while Logan is doing a very nice first zone, transitioning to the second outside zone, but Nishimura is all over the place, stalling, while Logan is doing, ooh, not so good. Crashing also. Going to the fourth outside zone. Both drivers looking to be all over the place. Nishimura is struggling to keep the car sliding. Transition to outside zone 6, no proximity to be seen. And onto the last outside zone, Nishimura is not even drifting. He's just struggling, crashing, and one of them finishes the run.
This was
weird. It's a double incomplete.
It was sloppy all around, but it was interesting to say the least because Nishimura started with a real big flick and it just went downhill from there for him. But off they go. And it looks like Nishimura is either too low or popped a tire.
Ooh, he's struggling to keep it on outside zone 1 and crashing and messing up Logan. And this looks like an incomplete from both parties, but was it a forced mistake or just a normal mistake? And Logan had no impact on him. That's the judge's limit.
It looks like Nishimura has a blown tire. Looks like sparks are flying off of his car. He might have blown a tire or something like that. With how much it looks like he's having difficulty controlling that car. I'd be interested to see what the replay says from the judge's perspective because
I think it's the exhaust. The sparks are coming from the exhaust whenever he's on the rev limiter. But we have one judge voting for Logan. We have 3 judges voting for Logan, so he advances to the top 16.
And that was... It looked like he was fighting that car the entire time. Nishimura was nowhere to be seen. But we have Brett Ortega in his RBS 15 coming up next with his bye run.
Hopefully Logan can put a clean lead and chase in the top 16. So it's not going to be a 0, hopefully. But now we have Brett Ortega pulling to the starting light, waiting for the starting light so he can start his bye run. Doing it pretty nice and slow, initiating onto the first outside zone, not doing pretty risky, just keeping it nice
on the wall.
Position to outside zone 2, very deep, but no pressure on his shoulders. Onto outside zone 3, bit of foot brake. Onto outside zone 4, dropping the tire, but it doesn't really matter. Onto outside zone 6, into inside 1, no, this is outside zone 6. And onto the last outside zone, he's doing a flawless lead. This is how everyone should do his lead because this was perfection.
He pushed all the way out to the wall, even though he didn't have to. He said, I'm gonna get practice on hitting that first outside wall, and he pushed all the way out there to it. No holds barred.
And we have the judges putting Brett Ortega into top 16. And our next battle is going to be in between Felipe Santos and Genji Shuya. Felipe leading, Genji chasing. They are ready to go, waiting for the starting line.
And there goes that staggered start again. Is that going to come back to bite him like it did, like it did the last competitor?
Let's see. They are rolling and initiating into the first corner. Ooh, but crashing. Felipe is in the middle of the track, continuing onto outside zone 2.
Leaving that outside zone a little bit early. Missing that second outside zone and that third. Coming
This
into the
is scrappy from both. But I mean, at least hopefully he's gonna complete his run and put a nice benchmark for the second run.
Yes.
But it looks like it's not going to happen because he's crashing on the last outside zone. This is a 0-0, which the judges do not want to see.
And that was surprising. All he had to do was finish out the course. And he just couldn't do it. Now it all falls down onto the shoulders of this last run. See what happens. They fire off into the outside clip. Into that second outside clip, he comes in shallow, touches his bumper, throwing him off a little bit. Pulls all the way around, go into that outside clip as he cuts the whole fourth outside zone. Felipe pulling, he's trying to hold that process onto the wall.
And we have an overtake. And he's crashing
another 0-0.
A quadruple 0.
It looks like we're just going to have to see them run it back. That was interesting. They both just barely pushed it a little bit too hard.
I mean, at least they now know how the other driver drives, so they can complete the run knowing where to put their car, and hopefully we are not gonna see any more zeros in any of the runs.
And for those of you in attendance today, we are holding on to the same rule as the last round. Drivers are only limited to 2 one more times, so they can have their first one more time battle if they fail to complete a run, or if it is that close of a battle that they require one more time. Then they are allowed a second one more time past that, and if they are not able to complete their run, then it will be judged based off of the comparison of lead versus lead.
And so the judges are voting one more time, and one of them voting Genji. Interesting.
From the looks of it, we are going to be seeing these guys going one more time.
Hopefully they can put down a better run without any zeros, because we don't want to see many one more times.
But from the looks of it, we're going to get them retired and fueled up and get them back on the line and see if they can clean it up a little bit and get everything together to actually complete their runs.
Let's see. Felipe leading out Genji. Off they go. To the no drift zone. Accelerating into initiation. Onto outside zone 1. Genji is doing a better job this time. Felipe is keeping it nicely on the zone. Transitioning to outside zone 2. Very good from both of the drivers this time. Felipe onto outside zone 3. And Genji is doing a great chase. But ooh, he taps Felipe. Onto outside zone 5. Transitioning to outside zone 6, doing a nice chase. But Felipe is doing a great lead this time. Onto outside zone 7. Looks like Felipe is filling up the zone nicely. And Genji is keeping it right in the pocket. This was a very good battle compared to what we saw from them before.
And it's interesting what a quick change of tires refuel will do for you, because they were deep in those zones and really pushing it just that little bit that they needed to as we send off our drivers.
Initiating into outside zone 1, Genji is doing a nice job left foot braking to settle his car down, while Felipe is keeping it right on the door. Ooh, but Genji is crashing and Felipe is continuing. He has no pressure. He should be finishing this run and going to the top 16. But we saw this happening before that. He crashed and did it one more time. But Genji is crashing into him again.
And Felipe,
it looks like it's not the chase's fault who was leading this time on the second half of the run. So we should have a winner this time. This was super weird to see because Felipe overtook him and he was put into the wall still. But we have three judges voting for Felipe, who's advancing into the top 16.
And that was definitely a very strange set of battles that we had going there, given the fact that, like you said, Felipe did overtake him. He didn't have to complete the run. Once the lead driver zeroes out, the run is done. It's null. Anything that happens past that point does not need to happen. So for him to continue it on like that and still get put into the wall, that's a little wild.
And looks like Group C is joining in a second.
And we'll have Jacob Hutchkins in his F22 from Escuco Drift, or from Team Escuco Drift, coming up to the line next.
And to remind you, he's the winner of the previous round. And he did a banger of a event last time. So he's really strong in the field.
And we'll see at that moment.
He has absolutely no pressure on his shoulders this time. So all he has to do is complete run and he's guaranteed into the top 16.
And we'll see if that momentum that he had all throughout last round carries on into this one. Because throughout that whole last round, he was pushing doors in. He was just riding the line of danger the whole way through, and it didn't come back to bite him too much. But we'll see if he can hold that same energy this time as he takes off.
He's been doing really strong in practice. So he initiates into the outside zone 1, feeling it nicely from the beginning. Tiny left foot brake, perfect transitioning, double transition to outside zone 2, but look how deep he is onto the wall. Transition to outside zone 3 and outside zone 4, doing it perfectly. Filling up outside zone 4 very nicely. onto outside zone 5. This is the best run so far into inside pick 1 and outside zone 6. Thinning it very deep, very fast, very smooth run. Onto outside zone 7, tiny left full brake just to put the car on the perfect line and to finish the run. Throwing a nice 360 onto the wall just for the fans to show he's the strongest in the field.
And he was pushing it deep throughout all of the zones, was not playing any games. He wanted everyone in the top 16 to know that he's coming and he still got that momentum on his side.
Exactly.
So
the next battle,
make it official, and Jacob's going through.
The next battle is going to be in between Charlie Thompson and Dylan Davis.
Dylan
is going to chase Charlie.
Dylan from Team Hashira in his GR86 and Charlie in his S14. Dylan has also been having a heater of a season.
It looks like we have a bit of a technical difficulty. As one of the judges are not in the game right now.
And having a lot of hiccups like this, will it come back to bite? It's the mind games that kick in when the drivers are just sat there at the line ready to go, wondering when they're going to get to take off.
There are two types of people. One of them is going to build up the stress, and one of them is going to calm down and lock in. But we don't know how the drivers react to this delay, and it might bite them at the end of the battle.
It's going to be interesting to see how this little hiccup plays into the mind games between these two. From the looks of it, Dylan's starting to get a little bit antsy.
Looks like one of the judges are joining now.
Oh, and he's disconnected again. Is he back? Are we ready to get the show on the road? It looks like we are ready to get this show back on the road.
Hopefully.
It appears that he is back in the lobby. And with that, the lights
are out. So they go. Charlie leading out Dylan. Accelerating and initiating it outside zone 1. Charlie flinging it nicely. Maybe tapping the wall while Dylan is struggling to keep the proximity. Transitioning to outside zone 2. Very deep, and Dylan is getting into the pocket of Charlie onto outside zone 4, but Dylan straightens. Ooh, big mistake from the chase, while Charlie is keeping. Ooh, never mind, he also crashed into the wall. This might be a 2-0, we might see.
Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be a sloppily put together run from both drivers.
This is very scrappy.
And from the soundings of it, this is going to be a 0-0 run as well.
So now, Dylan has to complete a nice lead with no mistakes, and Charlie with no mistakes on the chase. So they go. Dylan leading out Charlie, initiating into outside zone 1. Dylan is not quite feeling it, but Charlie's right on the door of Dylan, transitioning to outside zone 2. Very nice proximity, maybe a little tap. Dylan missed, I think, outside zone 2, but tapping on outside zone 3 and transition to outside zone 4, he's out of the track. But Charlie is trying to save what's left, doing a pretty safe chase. He knows he doesn't have to push real hard. On to outside zone 6 and 7. Dylan is struggling to keep it on the zones, while Charlie is trying to keep nice proximity, and looks like we have only 1-0, I think. Yes, the judges are saying 1-0.
And that was also a sloppy set of runs. Both drivers could have done so much better than what they actually did.
And we have one vote for Charlie.
From the sounds of it, it looks like
Charlie, and he's advancing to the top 16.
And that was... I'm saddened to say that was the battle that we got, because I know that we could have seen so much better from both drivers. They were driving relatively consistently throughout most of this year, and I know that this is a tough course for us, for the drivers to get through. It is a very difficult course. There's nothing wrong with them having difficulties getting through the course, but I was hoping that we would have gotten a lot cleaner of a battle, not a 0-0 leading into a disqualification for one driver due to a 0. Here's to hoping that we get a lot more clean battles, and with Hassan Celich coming up, who has been having absolute heaters throughout practice, I think we're going to start. He's going to be putting down a pretty clean run.
Yeah, he has no pressure on his shoulders, just doing a bye run. Probably going to do a practice run to test the conditions, to test the tune, initiating into outside zone 1, keeping it very close to the wall, very deep, double transition into outside zone 2. Also, filling it nicely onto outside zone 3, filling it super deep onto outside zone 4. My goodness, he's on the line onto outside zone 5, super deep on the wall, doing a great job into inside clip 1 and outside zone 6, transitioning to the last and final outside zone, keeping it super close to the wall, not doing super aggressive, just doing what he has to do, and he's in the top 16.
And he pushed it deep enough in a few points where it looked like he was going to have the wing dragging over the top of the wall. He was on a tear. And we're just waiting on the judges to make it official for him to go on to... And the judges have made it official. He is going into the top 16, and our next battle will be Santiago versus Brandon Taylor.
Where is Brandon?
Well, it's Diaz. Of course, it's Diaz. And from the looks of it, we are having a restart on the night, the last group of 4. As everybody loads in.
If Brandon doesn't join them, we are going to see another Byron.
I believe we're waiting on all of the drivers to join.
And it looks like Diaz is... Diaz is going on a buy run.
Looks like we're sending him on a buy run, and I'm interested to see how Diaz is going to hold up on this course, because he's had, or Santiago's, he has had an up and down season. There's been times where he'll come out and put down an absolute heater, but then certain times where he'll come out and just push a little bit too hard and it comes back to bite him. So the question is, which one are we going to get today?
We shall find out. Ready on the starting light. And the starting light is out, and he's going to complete a biome. No pressure at all, just have to complete a run. But failing to initiate as he's rolling, as he's back to pits. This is interesting. I don't know how the judges are going to deem this. It's either a rerun or a DNF.
And I'm curious to know what would cause him to go back to pits. Or what would be the issue that he's having?
If he didn't go back to pits, he would get a rerun, but as he did, this might be a DNF. I don't know. Because drivers are not allowed to go back to pits. But now he can initiate going on to the first outside zone, transitioning to outside zone 2, putting it nice, not quite feeling outside zone 2, transitioning to outside zone 3, pretty deep on the wall, onto outside zone 4, feeling it nicely, onto outside zone 5, feeling it to inside clip 1 and outside zone 6, and to the last and final outside zone 7, but he over-rotates and doesn't finish the outside zone, he just goes back to pits.
And if not for the fact that he just had to show that he can make it through the course, that was sloppy enough that it would have been questionable at best.
But the judges are voting for William, so he's in the top 16.
But let's hope that he can clean that up, because that was a sloppy performance. He could have done so much better, but he was still pushing just a little bit too hard.
And we have our final group, Group D. And the next battle, well, not quite battle because it's a buy run. It's going to be Jack Lai completing a buy run.
That pesky buy run has been a thorn in everyone's side all day. Question is he going to go out and actually put down a heater of a run, or is he just going to go out and test the waters like a lot of others have been doing today?
But now we have Jack Lai going to the starting lights.
Jack Lai from Team Hashira in his GR86, pulling up and getting ready for his buy run as we're ready to send it.
He's ready, he's locked in, no pressure, just finishing the run. Rolling into initiation and to outside zone 1. Feeling it nicely from the beginning, with a foot brake keeping it on the wall, transitioning to outside zone 2. Feeling it nicely, tapping the wall, bit of a hiccup, but onto outside zone 3 and 4. Very nice on outside zone 4, big angle onto outside zone 5, feeling it nicely into inside clip 1 and outside zone 6, transitioning to outside zone 7, keeping it nicely on the wall, doing a very safe run, not overcommitting it and finishing the run, doing a 360 just for the stream.
And let's not forget that Jack was someone who placed second. He is high in the standings. Still, he has been on a tear this year. He has been consistently putting the car in all the right places. So the fact that he came out and put down a run like that, a heater, and just threw all caution to the wind. He knew what time it was, and he knows what's coming in top 16 when he gets there.
But now we have Gandhi and Tyler Duck.
Tyler from Team Awaken his M2 and Gandhi in his RBS 15.
Let's see, they are ready, they are locked in.
And here we have that staggered start again. Will it come back to bite him, or will it help him? Let's see.
Let's see, the lights are out. Rolling into initiation, as they do on outside zone 1. But Gandhi is overcommitting it and spinning. So Tyler just has to complete the run. He has no fault in this, I think. Gandhi was just overcommitting. He knew he had to put down a banger of a lead if he wanted to win, but it came down to that. Sometimes you may want to do a bit of a safer run and not push your mental thoughts to the limit to do a super good run, because this might happen. But Tyler cannot even finish the run because Gandhi is in the way. It looks like Gandhi has a 0. And I don't know about Tyler though. But let's look at the positions.
I believe Tyler would be at an advantage given the fact that he was able to continue on. and he didn't impede on the lead driver. He didn't cause anything, but we're
exactly. But the lights are out, rolling on the no-G zone, accelerating into initiation and outside zone 1. Tyler is doing a great job. I'm feeling it very good. Tapping slightly the wall, but Tyler is on the door of Tyler for Gandhi, but Tyler taps the wall. And Gandhi is just doing a safe chase at this point, transitioning to outside zone 4, and Tyler is over-rotating, while Gandhi is trying to save what's left.
The question is,
go on.
Are the judges going to view that little mistake in that outside zone as a big problem? And it looks like it's a 0-0 again.
And this just shows how hard this layout is. A lot of drivers are struggling. And these drivers are really good. No words. And this layout is just so hard. It messes them up sometimes. But looks like we have one more time. All the 3 judges are voted one more time. So they have to get ready, pit for new tires and fuel, and they should be ready to be sent.
I mean, think of it like this. It's essentially the whole course is just a football pitch. Slightly larger than a football pitch. It's not a lot of space for you to move. It's not a lot of space to do things in. And they've got a lot of transitions packed in there. They're really having to wheel these cars, and the fact that they're able to wheel them through how they are is good, but we're sending them off again.
Indeed, they are rolling. Going to initiation, Gandhi is leaping out. Tyler filling out outside zone 1 pretty good. A bit of foot brake. Tyler is doing a great job on chase, matching his transitions, but Gandhi is crashing again on the same spot. Tyler just has to complete the run. This is the same situation as we saw before.
Tyler doesn't even have to complete the run, he's just choosing to. At this point, as the chase driver, once your lead driver incompletes, you do not have to complete the run. You can just go back to the start line and wait for your chase driver to pull back around. But he's saying, I'm not going to let it slide. I just want to get all the way through.
I don't think there was contact between the 2 drivers when the B crash happened. So Tyler might have another slight advantage.
Yeah, what happened with the lead driver was looked to be independent of the chase.
But now we have the second half of the run, Tyler leading out Gandhi. Gandhi is struggling to start, so Tyler is pulling a bit of a gap, initiating into outside zone 1, getting it nicely. Gandhi is struggling to keep up, transitioning to outside zone 2, but Gandhi is there tapping Tyler, who crashes to the wall and cannot finish the run because Gandhi tapped him so hard that Tyler couldn't recover from it. So it looks like Gandhi has 2 zeros, and looks like Tyler might have the advantage.
From what the judges are saying, it looks like Tyler will probably be getting the win.
Exactly, there's 1 vote for Tyler. There's 2, so Tyler is advancing to the top 16.
Between the crash in his lead and being a little bit too aggressive in the chase and pushing Tyler out of the way, Gandhi just put that little bit too much onto it. Rick Spencer in the Mustang.
He's the king of the consistency. He's been doing really good battles the previous round.
And his practice runs on this course, other than the ones where he was getting just absolutely hammered off of the course, he was doing pretty consistent lines throughout, or to make it throughout this course.
Let's see how this big boat can do this very tight track transitioning, initiating to outside zone 1, and he's crashed already. But continuing to outside zone 2, keeping it close to the wall, filling it nicely, transitioning to outside zone 3, also filling it nicely, and to outside zone 4. In the middle of the track, low angle, but doesn't really matter. Low pressure onto outside zone 6. And the last and final outside zone 7, keeping it on nicely on the zone and finishing the run.
And that was a cleanly put together run. Other than that little bobble at the beginning where he tapped the wall, he managed to hold himself together and keep it relatively clean throughout the rest of that run.
Exactly, and this shows how different this big Mustang is compared to like an F-22 or a GR-86. The size difference is huge, and it's way harder to keep big angle with the Mustang than the short car. So big respect for him bringing this huge boat to this track and still managing to do a relatively clean run apart from the initiation. But now we have Benjikan Altunsu and Scythe Mahdi.
Our last battle
Benjikan leading. Exactly. Just to be clear, the judges put Rick Spencer into top 16, and we are ready to do the last and final battle in the top 32. Off they go, Benjikan leading out for 5, rolling into initiation, putting into nice angle, filling the zone very nicely, but Scythe is on the door of Benjikan, my goodness. Transitioning to outside zone 2. Really good proximity. Benjikan filling at outside zone very good. Onto outside zone 3. Oh, very good. This might be the best battle so far. Onto outside zone 4, but look at the proximity of Scythe. This is masterclass onto outside zone 5, but Scythe is straightening. Oh no! Benjikan is doing very good. Onto the last and final outside zone 7. Scythe is trying to save what's left. My goodness, this is masterclass, but Scythe stopping the last moment on the leader car. And so they finish the run.
Wanted to put that little exclamation point on it across that finish line as he was transition into that last outside zone was gangster. He just flicked it in and slotted right into the pocket and pushed him all the way across the line.
But this is sad because the judges are saying Scythe did a 0 when he completely straightened. But other than that, he's looking super strong this weekend. He did an absolute banger of a chase. And off they go, Scythe Mahdi leading out Benjikan Altunsu, initiating into the first outside zone. Benjikan knows he doesn't have to push hard, but keeping nice proximity on the outside zone 2. Close to the wall, filling it nicely. Benjikan doing a very safe chase. Ooh, but he also straightens and does a opposite drift. And Scythe Mahdi continuing the run onto outside zone 5, filling it nicely. Benjikan is struggling to keep up and keep the angle of Scythe, transitioning to the last and final outside zone, going very deep, and Benjikan is right on the door, finishing the run.
And that was crazy. The fact that both cars chased by or incompleted in the chase, or what looked to be incomplete just in the chase. The judges are still.
Yeah,
the judges
this might come down to the chase runs because the lead runs, because both chase runs did a 0.
Yes, but
the judges are looking into this, looking the replay to know if there was any contact.
Or if the lead car possibly slowed down, causing the chase car to choke up. And they're reviewing the tape quite a bit. It looks like they are trying to make sure that they figure out whether or not that was an independent mistake, or whether it was due to the lead car choking up a little bit and impeding.
And it looks like the judges are saying, like one of the judges are saying, in the second run, Scythe was hard on the brakes, which may have messed up Benjikan's line, and so messed up his run. We don't know how they judge this yet, like if it's going to be a lead fault or a chase fault. One of them is saying it's a chase fault on both of the runs. This is interesting. They might have a little conversation here, decide who's going to top 16.
From the looks of the review, he was on the left foot brake.
And one of the judges are voting for one more time.
They're saying that it might be a 0-0, which would be interesting if it comes down to that, because both drivers zeroed in the chase at the same point.
But the question is, was it a forced 0 or just a casual driver's mistake?
From what the judges are saying, it might have been the chase driver just being too aggressive.
And one of the judges voted for Benjikan, saying it was the lead driver's fault, so we have a one more time and the Benjikan vote. Let's see how the third judge votes.
And this has fallen into a very interesting territory.
And it looks like the third judge is voting one more time, so we are going to see them battle once again.
And it looks like they were saying Chase versus, or the one judge that voted Benjikan said Chase versus Chase, they zeroed out both of them. But lead versus lead, Benjikan's won. But I'm happy to see the one more time go. They've got to clean it, or they can clean up their runs and put down something for the fans that they're really going to enjoy, you know?
They are both very strong drivers, as we saw. Just did a tiny mistake on both the chases. But off they go, and Scythe is sleeping on the starting line, and Benjikan is initiating already into outside zone 1, clearing it nicely. Scythe is just nowhere to be seen. Benjikan is transitioning to outside zone 2, clearing it very deep. Scythe is just trying to catch up, cutting the track, and he straightens, so does Benjikan, onto outside zone 4. This is very scrappy. Oh, I see they are saying a restart. But the question is, do the drivers have enough fuel to complete both of the runs again?
That will be interesting to see how that attrition plays into it, whether or not they'll be able to make it through both of these runs, given the fact that they've already burned off some of their tires as well as the fuel aspect of it. And never mind, it looks like they were allowed back to pits for this one. But it was a restart because he's started before. Almost jumped the light. That would explain the gap.
And off they go. Now, not sleeping, initiating into outer zone 1. Filling the zone nicely, but Scythe is right on the door of Genji, cutting a bit of track, transitioning to outside zone 2. Not quite feeling it. A quite late transition, but Scythe is doing a great job on the chase. Filling outside zone 3 very nicely onto outside zone 4. Right on the edge of the zone. But Scythe is tapping Genji, which is messing up his line, but nicely recovering from it. A bit of over rotation. Now putting a bit of gap, 5 onto outside zone 7, filling the zone nicely, but Scythe is right on Genji's door, and they finish the run. And now they are pulling up for the second half of the run. Scythe leading, Genji chasing, the lights are out. Rolling into initiation. On to outside zone 1, Scythe is feeling it very nicely, Genji struggling to keep it on his door, cutting a lot of the track. Transitioning to outside zone 2. Very close to the wall. Nicely on the zone, onto outside zone 3, close proximity this time, onto outside zone 4, spinning it very deep. Genji is doing a great job on the chase. Scythe is doing an exceptional lead onto inside clip and outside zone 6, but Genji over-rotating, doing a straight and a 0 positively, while Scythe is doing a very great lead. Finishing the round. Let's see how the judges see this.
It looks like the judges are probably going to start voting based off of leads, because both of them are not able to finish off. Yeah, both of them are not able to finish off their chase runs. Just having a difficult time pushing through.
If they are going to judge based off the lead, I think Scythe has a bit of an advantage because he was doing a banger of a lead.
That he was, and he was able to push out and really fill those zones the way the judges want to see it.
They are discussing. One of them is suggesting another one more time, but we'll see how it comes out. Are we going to see a second one more time on the last battle of the top 32?
One
of them finally advancing to the top 16. We don't know yet.
It says they are talking, or it says they might be sending them into another one more time. There's still the possibility that they might have enough to work with off of that. But they could just be sending them into this final one more time just to try and get a clean battle out of them, since this is the last battle of the top 32. But it's going to be
looking on the replay.
They're really picking through these runs, really going through these replays, trying to make sure that they get everything.
But remember that
this is their second one more time, so they would not be able to go for another.
Remember that Scythe was sleeping on the line on the first bit, like before the restart, and I don't know if that plays a role on the decision.
At this point, considering both drivers zeroed out in their chase runs, it would just fall down to lead versus lead, and from the looks of it, the judges...
Okay, they are saying the restart doesn't count.
Okay. So the plot thickens. Now we're coming on to interesting territory of what happens next, whether or not they're going to scrutinize the runs to pick a victor, or whether they're just going to make it go one more time and make it keep happening.
It looks like they have a split decision. Not official yet, but in the chat I see one of them voted Scythe.
Now we just have to see if the other two judges... Oh, it looks like Scythe will be going on to the top 16.
And so we finish the bracket for the top 32. And we are going to have about a 5-minute break before we start our top 16. So we are going to be back in about 5 minutes.
just that extra little bit. But from the looks of it, our next set of battles is going to be Max Jagger in his F22 versus Kyle Puya from the EF Drift Crew in his A90 Supra.
Let's see, they are both on the starting line, waiting for the light to go off. Max and Kyle.
He's got that staggered start. Is it gonna come back to bite him like it has everyone else?
Let's see. Initiating into outside zone 1. Max is not quite feeling it much right now. He is. Kyle is doing a pretty nice chase right on his door, transitioning to outside zone 2. Max is filling out the zone perfectly, while Kyle is doing a great chase on Max's door onto outside zone 4, but looks like Kyle maybe tapped Max, I don't know, transitioning to outside zone 5, but Kyle is right on Max's door onto outside zone 6, and the last and final outside zone 7. And Kyle is just right on Max's door, and Max is doing a great job filling up the last zone, and they finish the run.
And that could have been a very disastrous run with how close they were running in that outside zone 4. It looked for a second like he was going to just knock him right out of the zone, but he managed to hold it back just enough to let him get around that zone.
Exactly. But now we have the reverse order, Kyle beating out Max. They are ready, they are locked in, waiting for the starting light to go off. And the light is off. Kyle leading for Max. Max is pulling a bit of a gap. Kyle is on the perfect line, filling out his zone very nicely, but Max is catching up, transitioning to outside zone 2. Max is not letting this slide, but Kyle is making a big correction, making Max hiccup while transitioning into outside zone 4. Kyle is doing a great job dropping a tire on outside zone 4, transitioning to outside zone 5. Max is doing a great job staying on Kyle's door, not letting him pull away. But Kyle is filling up every single zone very nicely. On to the last and final outside zone 7, and Kyle is pulling a gap. Max is unable to keep it on the door, and they finish the run.
And that got a little bit sketchy there towards the middle of that run. But he managed to hold it together and keep himself in line and not come fully out of drift. But that could have ended badly for him.
Exactly. We saw tiny mistakes from both of the drivers. Kyle was struggling to keep drifting on all of the zones. He had a big hiccup on one of the zones, while Max was struggling to stay on Kyle's door, which is very important.
And you question whether or not after that mistake that Kyle had in the first run, where he almost straightened out and he was just struggling. You wonder if Max just stayed back and played it smart, trying to see if Kyle would actually be able to make it through the course before actually trying to push up onto him.
And remember, Max did a very good lead, no mistakes, no tire drops, and Kyle on his lead did a very big hiccup on one of the outlier zones and dropped the tire out to zone 4 as well. So big deduction for Kyle, but also big deduction for Max for not staying right on the door all the time.
And that might just be that little bit of trying to push that extra little bit harder than you were in practice. Might have just came back to bite him in the behind.
We have a decision. Max Jagger is advancing into the top 8.
And we have
We are waiting for the third judge to submit his answer.
From the looks of it, we will be
And it's a
having
split
our
decision. One of the judges are voting one more time. Interesting.
From the looks of it, Max Jagger will be going against Liam in the Great 8. And that's going to be interesting to see, given how consistent Liam has been this whole time. Will Max be able to come out and put on a show? Or is he just
Yeah, go on.
Or is he just going to be falling a little bit short?
We will see, but now we have Brandon Shorton and Logan Mesh. The start light is how they are going. Brandon is leading for Logan. They are rolling into initiation, into outside zone 1. Brandon is doing a great job filling outside zone perfectly. Logan is struggling and straightening, crashing into the wall, while Brandon is keeping it perfectly on outside zone 2 and on outside zone 3. But now Logan is right on his door, doing it pretty nicely. Another straight line, I think. Brandon is keeping it perfect onto outside zone 5. Logan is struggling to keep the car drifting, while Brandon is doing a perfect lead onto the last and final outside zone. And Logan is just struggling. He's not on his door, while Brandon finishes the run with a perfect line.
And Brandon took that car into deep water and told Logan, "Follow me if you can swim." And Logan found out real quick that the current's a lot stronger than he thought it was, because that wall just took him out. He was
The judges are saying Logan did a 0 in his chase, so now Brandon knows he has no pressure. He just has to finish a judgeable chase. Off they go, initiating into the outside zone 1. Logan is in the middle of the track, but Brandon keeping it nice and close onto outside zone 2. Logan filling outside zone 2 perfectly, but Max is right on Logan's door. He's not letting him away onto outside zone 4. Cutting a bit of check onto outside zone 5, doing it perfectly. Logan not quite filling outside zone 5 onto inside pit 1, and he crashes on the wall.
And that intimidation factor kicked in after knowing he was at a deficit, after knowing that Brandon has been coming out and putting on a show all year. I mean, he's fourth place in the points championship so far this year. He's been consistently coming out and putting on a show.
Exactly, and we have a decision. Brandon Shorton is advancing to the top 8.
Knowing that he had put out such a heater of a run, was deep in the zones, filled all of them for his run. He knew he had to come out and do something special, but he just was put a little bit too much on it.
But now we have a nice battle between Brett Ortega and Felipe Santos.
Brett from the SLI Garage, or from Team SLI Garage in his RBS 15, and Santos in his car.
The battle between the two S15s. Off they go. Brett leading out Felipe, initiating with outside zone 1, getting it very nicely from the beginning. Felipe keeping a nice proximity, transitioning onto outside zone 2, pulling a bit of a grab. Getting out of zone very nicely, but Felipe taps Brad, messing him up, but recovers from it very good. Onto Alpha Zone 4, pinning it very nicely. But Felipe is struggling to keep it on his line, onto inside tip 1. But Felipe is just straightening out, not being able to keep it drifting. But Brett is keeping it very nicely onto outside zone 7. But now Felipe is doing a very good door-to-door action. And so they finish the run.
And Brett has been consistently putting down a decent one every time in practice that I've seen him on this course. So it does not surprise me that he was able to push through those zones as heavily as he had.
Exactly. But now we shall see Felipe leading out for Brett. Off they go. Rolling into the initiation. Onto outside zone 1. Brett is not overcommitting it, keeping it nice. Felipe is filling outside zone very nicely. Onto the double transition. Outside zone 2. But Felipe is overcommitting into the wall. And Brett is unable to chase him this time. So I think we have a decision.
It could be a decision. Never know. It appears the judges still are looking over the replays because the judges wanted to make sure that they got the right call, given that that first battle was a bit of a weird one.
And we have one judge voting for Ortega.
But we still have two more judges that are undecided, so we're going to see whether or not the judges make a questionably sound call or whether they overturn and send them back. You never know. This is drifting.
We have our second judge voting for Brett Ortega.
So unofficially, Brett will be going into our grade 8, but that is TBD after our third judge has decided, and our third judge has stated Brett Ortega will be going into our grade 8. And with that, we are almost halfway through the filling of our bracket for the grade 8. Next, we have Jacob Hutchkins from Team Escuco and Charlie Thompson in his S14.
They are both super strong drivers. Jacob is the winner of the previous round, but remember, he did a buy run and did not get any chase in the top 32, so we shall see how this comes down.
Where, as we wait for the drivers to queue into the lobby, we are just breezing through this top 32 into the top 16, and we're almost into our grade 8. Now is when the drivers really start to show their mettle, really start to throw it all at the wall, because there ain't much to lose from here. You're getting up there.
Let's see, they are both at the starting line. Ready, locked in, focused. They know both of the drivers are super strong. They both want to win. They both want the points in their bag. The light is out. Off they go. Jacob leading out Charlie, initiating into the outside zone 1, feeling it very deep from the beginning. Charlie is right on Jacob's door, with little foot brake onto outside zone 2, very deep on the wall, perfect line, while Charlie is on the door of Jacob, but he taps Jacob.
In transition.
But he recovers onto outside zone 4, but Charlie straightens and stalls his S14 while Jacob keeps drifting onto outside zone 6. And Charlie is just trying to save what's left. Jacob looks like he's super fast, he's pulling a gap. Charlie's having a hard time keeping his S14 on the F22 and they finish the run.
And that was an interesting call. I think the judges are going to call that as the chase driver's at fault for being a little bit too aggressive because he was really surging up into the pocket or surging up into the spot of that.
He had to be aggressive because he knows Jacob is a big hitter in this competition. So off they go initiated into outside zone 1. Charlie is leading for Jacob. Jacob knows he doesn't have to push super hard because he has the advantage onto outside zone 2. But Charlie taps the wall and crashes. So Jacob is probably going to get into the top 8.
And that looks like it's gonna be all she wrote. If the chase driver was at fault, it would have been a different fault, but it would have been a different statement. But Jacob looks like he made it through there clean, and Charlie just pushed a little bit too hard.
But so we're going. 1 vote for Jacob. We have 2 votes for Jacob. And unofficially he's going, and 3 votes, and officially he's going to the grade 8.
And with that battle decided, we're going to be moving on to our last battle of our top 6, or nope, our third to last battle. We have 3 more battles of top 16, but next up is going to be Hassan Celich versus Santiago. And Hassan has been the king of consistency. He's had a few ups and downs throughout this season, made a couple of mistakes here and there, but he has consistently been quick throughout every course, gripped up, and just able to put the moves on anyone and take it to a dogfight with the best of them.
Exactly. He's already staying at the starting line, while William is nowhere to be seen.
Santiago isn't one to sleep on either. He might not be as high in the standings, but he's been throwing down an absolute heater throughout this year.
Okay, they give 1 minute for William to pull up to the line. If he doesn't, then we are going to see a byron for Hassan Celich.
And is he in the lobby?
And he just joined.
Oh, there he is. And with that, we'll be getting our battle. Diaz in his all-new Z, Hassan in his RBS 15. This is going to be an interesting battle, to say the least. Can Diaz keep it on Hassan's door?
We shall find out.
And he comes
for William.
And he comes in with the the staggered start. Interesting choice. Will it come back to bite him? We shall see.
Lights are out. Hassan leading for William. Rolling into initiation into outside zone 1. Hassan is not quite feeling it, but William is right on Hassan's door. Into the transition onto outside zone 2. Hassan is doing a great job pulling the outside zone. William is keeping it nice and close. transitioning onto outer zone 4, but Hassan is dropping the tire, William is keeping it nice and close. Onto outside zone 5, very close proximity, but tapping Hassan on the transition. I wonder if Hassan had a delay transition, we don't know yet. Onto the last outside zone, Hassan is keeping it nice and deep, while William is keeping it nicely on Hassan's door.
And it looks
This could be interesting.
How the judges choose to rule in, or who the judges choose to rule in favor of on that one could dictate this battle, given the fact that Hassan was going to transition, but whether it was Hassan being too slow or whether it was Santiago being a little bit too aggressive, one of them will be at fault for the contact, and that could dictate the battle depending on how clean they're able to get through these next set of runs. It could dictate this battle.
Exactly, lights are out, and William is leading for Hassan, initiating into outside zone 1. William is keeping it nice and deep. Hassan is right on William's door, positioning onto outside zone 2. Hassan is right on Williams. Nissan Z onto outside zone 3. He's not letting him drive away. Hassan is nicely on the door. William is right on the edge of the outside zone 4 onto outside zone 5. Hassan is cutting a bit of track onto inside gate 1 and outside zone 6. William is doing a great lead for Hassan to chase onto the last and final outside zone. Hassan is keeping it right on the door of William, and they finish the run.
Giving him the bumps across the line, just letting him know he's there. He said, I'm not backing down at all. I don't care if I'm at fault, if you're at fault. I'm going to put it on your door all the way through, and just kept it there.
Exactly.
And you see him holding that car back just enough and then pushing it in, just working it in as he was making it around the course. He'd back off in the transitions just enough and then float it out and just push him around the corners.
The judges are looking at the replay to see who was at the fault when the contact happened at the first half of the battle. It could be a chaser fault, maybe didn't leave enough room for the transition. It could be a lead fault, lifting off and doing a very slow transition. We don't know, but we have our first vote, which is going to be for Hassan Celich.
And it would not surprise me if this battle went any way. That could have been, I could see it going either way. I could see it going one more time. I could see it going to either driver, but that was a tight battle. Little bit of things they could clean up here and there, a few mistakes that both drivers made, both in lead and in chase. But overall, it was a tight battle, and they both deserve a round of applause from everyone for what they put on, or for the show they put on out here.
We have our second vote for Hassan.
So from the looks of it, unofficially, Hassan will be going into our Great 8.
We have our third vote for Hassan. And
it's official, he will be going into the Great 8. It looks like the judges have deemed that Santiago was a little bit too aggressive and just pushed into the side of him. That was what the cause of that contact was, and came back to bite him. But our next battle will be Jack Live from Team Hashira in his GR86 versus Tyler in his Team Awake M2.
Let's see, we have both at the starting line, waiting to be sent to battle.
And Jack has been consistent throughout this whole year as well. So it'll be interesting to see if Tyler can really stick it to him.
Let's see, initiating into the first corner, outside zone 1, bit of feedback, filling it nicely. Tyler is right on the GR86, transitioning to the outside zone 2, matching the angle very deep onto outside zone 3. Tyler is doing a great job on the chase. Jack is filling out every zone perfectly, but a big diesel and tapping Jack onto outside zone 5, onto inside clip, outside zone 6. Very close proximity, but a bit of mistake from Tyler. Onto the last and final outside zone, Jack is filling it nicely but tapping the wall, while Tyler is keeping it nice and steady right on his door and finishing the run.
And the judges are in communication. They are talking. They're trying to figure out what happened in that outside zone 4, because that was a little bit of a weird occurrence.
Exactly. They're saying that Jack was a bit late on throttle, so he might have done a little backing, which could be a 0. Or maybe not a 0, but a massive deduction.
And if that is the case, then that would mean that Tyler would be at an advantage going into his lead run. And that's not a place you want to be at going into a chase.
And they are waiting on the starting line for the second part of the second to last top 16 battle. And the lights are out, and so they go. Tyler leading for Jack. Rolling into initiation. Onto outside zone 1. Tyler is filling outside zone very nicely. But look at Tyler, how close he is. Onto the transition to outside zone 2. Tyler is right on his door. Jack is right on Tyler's door. But Tyler tapping the wall, and so does Jack tapping Tyler onto outside zone 4, pinning it nicely. Jack is keeping a nice proximity to Tyler onto outside zone 5, inside clip 1 and outside zone 6. Look how close Jack is to Tyler onto the last and final outside zone, but Tyler and Jack are both on the wall. Now, who was the fault of that? Was there a contact that put Tyler in the wall, or Tyler just overcommitted at the transition and led Jack right on the wall?
Looks like the judges are going to have to go to replay for that one, because it looked like he was just a little bit too aggressive. It looked like Jack was just pushing a little bit too hard towards the end there for Tyler to actually be able to make it through the rest of the run.
Jack had a super strong chase until the crash happened. We don't know if there was contact or not between the two drivers, and that could be a deciding factor who advances to the Great 8.
But Tyler was all the way out in all of the zones, and it looked like there might have been contact at some point throughout the run.
The second half of the battle was very messy from both of the drivers. Lead was tapping the wall, Chase was tapping the leader, and there was the big crash on the final zone.
And the replay, the tail of the tape will be the replay And it looks like he was moving. The judges are going through this replay trying to make sure that he wasn't on handbrake or doing anything crazy when the contact happened. And throughout that whole replay, you can tell that he was on a heater. He was just absolutely in the walls. And from the looks of it, he wasn't on the e-brake or anything. He wasn't doing anything crazy.
So the judges are, like, one of the judges are saying that he doesn't see any contact happening before the crash. So this might have been a leader fault going into the wall. And the chase did perfect. He was following the leader's line, which he's supposed to do. But they are not supposed to go into the wall, I guess.
The question is, was Tyler going into the wall unprovoked, or was it not? Because it looks to be possibly provoked.
One of the judges say that when the crash happened, both the leader tapping the wall and the chase tapping the leader happened at the same time.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. At least to my unprofessional eyes, that's what it looks like. So it could have gone either way, really. The question now falls to which way the judges will view it, who they're going to view at fault, whether it will be shared fault, whether it will be fault on the lead or the chase.
I think Tyler was on the wrong line going into the wall, and Jack was just being a bit too aggressive and was about to tap Tyler when the crash happened.
Yeah, and when he saw with Tyler going into the wall,
the votes are coming in, and 1 vote for Jack, 2 votes for Jack,
and it looks like
3 votes for Jack, and Jack is advancing to the Great 8.
The poll on YouTube was 50-50 split, but it looks like Jack edged out the win on this one. Going forward into Rick Spencer in the Mustang versus Scythe Mahdi from Tigers team, or from Team Tigers, in his RPS or in his PS13. As we wait for both of the drivers to pull up to the line. This is going to be an interesting one because I've watched the two of these drivers practice together, and they like to get up on each other every time I saw them. So they're either going to have a really tight battle or they're going to knock each other off the course. But either way, we're in for some bumper cars.
Let's see. The lights are out, and away they go. Rick leading for Scythe. Rolling for initiation. Ooh, but safe tapping before initiation. Rick doing outside zone 1 very nicely. Scythe keeping it right on the door. Transitioning, matching the timing perfectly, but Rick tapped the wall over, committing, messing up Scythe as well.
The judges might be saying that there's a restart.
No, they are just asking. Maybe the Mustang, as Rick Spencer wasn't accelerating enough, so Scythe tapped him. Maybe. Or just Scythe was being a bit too aggressive, trying not to use proximity on the initiation and tapping Rick.
But as we get them switched around, we'll see if he can make it through this time. Or if it'll just be a repeat.
Let's see. Lights are out. Away they go. Scythe leading for Rick. Scythe is very fast, initiating into the zone, but Rick is right there, cutting a bit of track, but right on the door, Scythe is on the left big, filling out Zone 1 perfectly, onto Zone 2. Rick is right there, Scythe filling out Zone 2 perfectly, transitioning into Zone 3 and 4. Rick is not letting Scythe run away, but Rick is struggling to keep the Mustang drifting, as he might have straightened onto inside gate 1 and outside zone 6. Rick is losing a bit of proximity, but he's back right on the door. Scythe is keeping it very close to the wall, doing a great job, but on the left would be Rick is struggling to slow down the Mustang not to crash into him, and so they finished the run.
Pushing him on the door all the way across the finish line. He was struggling a bit in that outside zone 4.
Yeah, this was very scrappy from both drivers. Made some mistakes, but the judge already voted for Scythe.
We've got two
judges voted for Scythe.
And Scythe will be going into our grade 8.
And this was the last battle in the top 16, so now we are moving on to the first battle of the top 8, which is going to be between Liam Akihiko and Max Jagger. But before that, we are going to have an approximate 5 minutes break before starting the first battle on the top 8. So make sure to tune in the stream 5 minutes later, so you don't miss any of the battles that are going to come up. And outside zone 6. Max is on a perfect line and Liam is right on Max. door, not letting him run away onto the last and final outer zone, filling it beautifully, and Liam is right on the door and finishing the run.
And those close transitions look so amazing when you hit them. But just that razor's edge that you're dancing can come back to bite you like it did on that fourth outside zone. He was close. Every transition, you couldn't slip a postcard between them. But then
I think before the contact happened, Liam might have been a bit closer and might have a bit better read compared to Max. But the judges are saying that Liam might have been at the fork for the contact, so the big advantage might have just run away from him.
It looked like he had understeered on the way into 4. He just didn't throw it enough and couldn't get it to rotate around, so he just understeered into that zone, and the rest might just be history. The question is, well, did Max make any mistake big enough to offset that one? And for my unprofessional opinion, it doesn't look like he did.
Looks like the judges have their decision that they are going to drop in a second. For Max advancing into the top 4. Unofficially.
With that, the judges officially sent Max Jagger to the final 4.
And now the next battle is going to be in between Brandon Shorton and Brett Ortega.
Brandon in the F22, Brent in the RBS 15. And again, Brent's been on an absolute tear for this whole event. The question is, can Brandon, who's higher ranked in the points championship, get them as their all?
Let's see. Brandon leading for Brett. With very similar names into outer zone 1. Filling it out beautifully. Brett is right on the door, transitioning onto outside zone 2. Brandon is filling outer zone 2 perfectly. Brett is keeping it nice and clean on the door onto outside zone 4. Brandon might be dropping a tire, but Brett is clipping the wall on the transition onto inside click 1, outside zone 6, transition to outside zone 7. Brett is struggling to keep it on the door now, while Brandon is keeping the line perfect and finishing the run.
And it looks like Brent was fighting with a lot of understeer for that whole run. He just could not get the car situated into where, or in the pocket. And when the roles reverse, we'll see if Brandon has the same issue.
Let's see, lights are out. And Brett is leading from Brandon. Initiating, Brandon diving on the door. And Brett is keeping it nice and deep, while Brandon is right on the door of the S15, transitioning to outside zone 2. Look how close he is. A bit of a hiccup from the chase, but the proximity is just insane. Brett is doing a nice job on the outside zone 4, keeping it nice and consistent, but look how close Brandon is. Giving room for transition on outside zone 5, inside clip 1 and outside zone 6. Diving on the door again. Brett is keeping a perfect line this time on the lead. Brandon is diving again, keeping it on the door perfectly and finishing the run.
And Brett just about threw a backy into outside 4, but held it enough, held that momentum, and just let her eat throughout the whole thing. There is very few drivers that could pull off throwing a flick that aggressive into that zone and holding it the whole way through. He kept his angle. He did not play any games. That was a beautiful lead run, really.
It was a beautiful battle because both the lead was perfect and both the chase did absolutely insane. And this track is harder than it seems. And to do that clean of a lead and that clean of a chase is just incredibly hard. And you have to trust the lead driver doing absolutely perfect. And if you trust the lead and you trust your car, it's just insane. And we have 3 votes officially Brandon Shorton going onto the Great 4. The semi-final.
And with that, we have half of our final 4 already decided. And our next battle will be Jacob Hutchkins from Team Escuco versus Hassan Celich. F22 versus S15.
Let's see Jacob leading, Hassan chasing. They are both on the starting line. Lights are out, and away they go. Rolling onto initiation. Hassan is right on the door. Jacob is keeping a very nice line deep on the zone. Hassan is right there, not letting him drive away. Transitioning to outside zone 2, very deep on the wall. On the transition to outside zone 3, Hassan is not letting him go away. He's right on the every time. Jacob pulling out. Jacob dropping a time outside zone 4, but Hassan is keeping a very nice proximity onto outside zone 6, but Jacob is putting a bit of a gap to Hassan, who has to do a very shallow angle to catch up. But now he's back on the door and finishing the run.
And that was a tight battle. He pushed it all the way out there and came close to dropping those, or pretty much dropped a tire. Came close to dropping 2, but they're off.
And initiating into the first corner, Hassan leading for Jacob. Look at the proximity of Jacob, but Hassan is doing a great job on the outside, filling it very nicely onto outside zone 2. Look how good Jacob is matching Hassan's line and angle onto the... Oh, Hassan is tapping the wall and the battle is over.
And those are those little mistakes that have been costing Hassan the points in the standings this year. He is a great driver, but he just takes himself out, whether he gets a little bit too in his own head or whatnot, but he's been having this problem throughout the year. He can consistently drive well, but it's little things, little mistakes that take him out.
And we have decision. All the 3 judges voting for Jacob, who's advanced into the semi-final.
And with that, we are moving on to our last battle of the Great 8. Jack Live versus Scythe.
They are both pulling up to the starting line. Looks like Jack is going to lead for Scythe. They are both very strong drivers. They've been putting down insane runs. And let's see how they go.
And as they fire around over that restart line, we have Jack firing off with a quick initiation. Scythe trying to work his way up into the pocket. Jack still in that whole outside zone as he flicks back around into that second outside zone. Scythe on his door, a little bit late of a transition as he comes around into the third outside zone, tapping the wall, filling that fourth outside zone, stalling up Scythe, hitting him a little bit. How are the judges going to call that one? That one could go either way, but it looked like Jack just choked up a little bit and Scythe didn't have anywhere to go as he keeps on pushing his way through. Right on the wall throughout that last outside zone, coming across the line. As we have them rotate around and have Scythe in the lead and Jack in the chase.
Now this was interesting because Jack might have done a bit of too much foot braking and messed up Scythe. But then he also tapped the wall and Scythe with a massive dive and he killed him.
As they send them across, big flick. He's dragging the wall and instantly takes himself out.
This
So
is a mess.
We're going to have a very interesting decision in the judge's hand. As Jack goes to finish the run, he does not have to complete the run as the lead driver has incompleted, but he goes and fills all of that outside zone.
But it looks like it looked to me when the contact happened, they've already passed the restart line. So at that point, both of them had to be drifting. And when they were initiating, Jack tapped Scythe and putting him on the wall.
I suppose we'll see. Did he hit him? Is the question. The judges are going to have a tough decision, a lot to look at, a lot of little information to decide on.
But remember that on the lead, when Jack was leading, he did a massive tap before outside zone 4, and that tap messed up Scythe, who had to do a massive dive to get back on his door, but Jack was probably late on the throttle going onto outside zone 4, and Scythe instantly crashed into him, ending the battle on the roundabout.
Looks like with this being a 0-0, it might get ran back. They might have to get some fresh fuel, fresh tires, and go back at it again to see who's going to win. And given this is the final battle of our final or Great 8, going into our final 4, you don't want to leave anything on the table. We want to wrap it up in a neat little bow and send it.
Exactly. There's one vote on one more time.
And now we just wait for the judges. We have one judge still watching over the replays just to make sure that they have made the right decision. But it looks
I think OMP should be the best decision because both drivers should clean up their lead and chase, put down a judgeable score. And as I'm speaking, the judge voted for Scythe. So this is a split decision for sure. And we have another one more time, so we are going to see them battle once again. They should clean up their lead, clean up their chase. And if it doesn't happen, we might see another one more time, but after that, we need a decision.
And we have the drivers off as Jack Lag takes the lead, going around that first corner across the restart line. He's going in for a big flick deep into that outside zone. He's pushing the wing on the wall, but Scythe will not be shaken. He's pushing deep in the zone, and he's following him there as he pushes around that third outside zone, right on the wall, and he swings it back around for outside zone. Scythe bumps him a little bit, but he keeps moving into outside zone 5, right, filling it. Inside zone 1, he swings it back around as he starts to pull a little bit of a gap into that last outside zone, and they make contact again.
Now this is interesting because Jack was doing a banger for leads, very snappy, perfect on the angle, perfect on the line. He did not crash on outside zone 3 this time, but on outside zone 4, Scythe was a bit too aggressive, tapping Jack. And on outside zone 6, I believe, there was another contact which marked the end of the battle. So now
Jack cuts the glass a little bit as he fires off the tires early, flicking it in. Jack does not want to be left behind, following him right where he goes, wheel to wheel as they go for that transition. Jack right on him, not trying to shake and give them a little bit of contact there, but they keep it moving as they go into outside zone 4. Jack manages to hold it together while staying on the door, but Scythe is just moving. He will not be but contact pushes him off his line. How will the judges view this?
I think we have 2 zeros here. 0 for Scythe for crashing on the wall, and 0 for Jack for putting Scythe on the wall as well.
Double zeros again.
And these are the times when you do not want to be a judge, because you do not want to judge these runs, because it's just so hard to decide like who was at fault at what time.
And given the fact that it's always right near the end or right in that outside zone 4 that they get you, and then the judges have to go based off of the lead runs, making sure which runs got better proximity, which runs got a better line. And it is not a time that you envy being a judge, because you could see it going either way, but it can only really go one way.
Good to see a second one more time here.
That is also very true, depending on if the judges deem it is a full 0-0, or if one of the runs might be able to, and it looks like they might be going for that second one more time. Too many mistakes from the drivers. They need to clean it up.
It looks like the judges agree to have a second one more time. And one voted for one more time. The second judge voted for one more time, and the third one as well. So we are going to see them battle again. Hopefully they can clean up their leads and chases, no crashes, no taps, no straight-ons, and we are going to see a clean battle.
Yeah, and we're waiting. We've been waiting all day for these types of battles where it's close, but this is not the type of closeness we were looking for. We were hoping that we would see more tight battles, more of the tight transitions that we were getting, and not, tight by the factor of the drivers are just narrowly not completing the course. But with this, it gives the drivers another chance to clean things up and hopefully move on to the next set of battles. But as we get the drivers lined back up, ready to go, ready to send it, start light is extinguishing as the drivers send it off. Over that restart line, they start to fire off the tires. Big flick from Jack Lai. Scythe starts to ease his way into the door of Jack's GR86. Jack going for a tight flick, keeping it close on the wall, not really trying to pull that far off, dragging the wing. But Scythe will not be shaken as he pulls that wheel all the way around, just pushing him as they come through that inside cliff into outside zone.
No.
Scythe hits him.
Not again.
Putting it into the run.
Jack was doing another heater of a lead, and so did Scythe doing a heater of a chase, until he overcommitted the dive on Jack's GR86 door, which marked the end of the first half of the battle, sadly. And the judges are saying it's Scythe's fault for the contact, so Jack doesn't have much pressure on his shoulders. He just knows he has to complete a cleanup.
But Scythe goes for a slow wall initiation into that first zone and slowly works his way out to the wall, but Jack will not be shaken. He knows he has the advantage, but he's just pushing up onto the door of Scythe. He said, I might as well show y'all how I got to the Final Four, as he just walks it out there on the Scythe's door.
Oh no!
It looks like he hits the wall.
And straightens not another zero on the chase.
But he keeps pushing.
At least he didn't. Oh my goodness! I was about to say at least he didn't clear the lead. The moment I wanted to say that, he cleared the lead. 2-0. And I think, there wasn't any round finished. Any. So the judges can't really judge based on the lead,
There's not really much you can do. Yeah, they're just going to have to figure out who did the best with the information that they have.
Jack had literally all the advantage in the world, and all he had to do is to keep like 1 or 2 car distance, not overcommitting, not putting it right in the door, just keeping it nice and clean, finishing the round, letting Scythe finish a clean lead for him, and he would have been gone on the final 4, but he didn't.
He wanted to play it aggressive. He pushed hard the whole way.
And as I see Jack is saying in that game chat, couldn't get any more safe than that. So it looks like this is how the safe run looks from Jack.
Even when he's playing it safe, he is pushing the door in. But from the looks of it, from how the judges are talking, it looks like his safe run might just barely be safe enough to keep him in the show. And we have 1 vote for Jack.
Looks like Jack is advancing to the top 4 because he's higher in the standings, I believe.
He is indeed higher in the standings. But with that, we are rolling right into our semifinal, where we have Max, Jagger, and Brandon Shorton.
Now this is going to be a banger. Both of the drivers are insanely good.
And both drivers have been putting it on the wall and thriving with consistency.
Let's see, F102 versus F102. Off they go.
And they fire into the first corner, both firing off pretty early. Brandon with a big flick initiation touches the wall and comes out of it, has to add some more angle, but Max still in the picture. Brandon coming in, filling that whole outside zone, hitting the midline, coming around in the outside zone 3, going around in the outside zone 4, big left foot brake just to keep it in the zone. But Max adapts and keeps it in the zone right behind him, on the door, pushing up, bumper to bumper, tip to tail, coming around into that last outside zone as Brandon starts to pull a little bit of a gap on him. Shallow through there, but he's pushing it out to the wall as they come across the finish line.
Exactly. Brandon was doing a great lead until he tapped the wall. But Max was just keeping it nice and safe, not overcommitting. We saw what happened between the other drivers trying to push every single bit out of their car. So we didn't do that and kept it nice and safe. But now we will see the reverse order and off they go.
As Max fires in with a big flick, just holding that angle out there. Brandon working his way in, just weaving his way into the door, touches that bumper on transition, bumping him a little bit further forward, but he still holds it together and keeps it on the door without losing too much angle, manages to swing it back around. Almost understeers there, but just works his way onto the door of Max. Pushing, missing that outside zone, but he's still trying to, and he comes out of drift. But Max is just pushing it through that last outside zone, smoking him out across the line.
Now this was interesting. Max kept a pretty nice and pretty safe lead, but sadly Brandon had a big tap before outside zone 3, and Max had to make a big correction to recover from that. So that's a big deduction for Brandon. And he had another tap on Max, I believe. So Max should have a bit of an advantage here.
And the judges are saying Max has got the win officially. Max going into the finals.
I could easily see Max winning this, because he's been putting down super consistent runs throughout this event. And sometimes consistency is all that matters.
The whole name of the game is to crown the king of consistency. If you can consistently come out and put down a good line every time, you'll be able to get your wins. If you can check or tick those boxes consistently, I can't see you losing. But we have our next battle of the final four, Jacob versus Jack.
Now this is like a fantasy battle for me. Both of them are insanely aggressive. Both of them are super consistent. This is going to be fun. Let's see.
As they're both lined up waiting for the lights to drop. And off we go. The drivers fire around the corner past that restart line, instantly lighting off the tires as he goes for a big flick into the zone. Jack having to push a little bit just to get back into Jacob's door.
Oh,
Bumper. Just playing bumper cars with him as he backs off a little bit. And he lights the tires off deep into the zone as he pushes back around into that fifth outside clip. And Jack will not be shaken as they come back around past that inside clip and outside clip 6, spinning back around into the last outside clip. Can he get on the wall? Yes, he can. As Jack just grinds the wheel into the door.
The judges are saying that Jack is at fault for the contact that happened between outside zone 2 and 3. So
he was getting aggressive.
Yeah, so when Jacob did a big correction, it wasn't because of his fault, but off they go.
And he fires in. Is he going to go for a big flick? Yes, he is. Big flick, big angle. Big speed, dragging the wing on the wall. He said, I'm here to party. How about you? That's almost over. Might as well put her out there. As he fires in through that third outside zone, hitting it deep, putting it on the wall, backing all the way in to outside clip 4. Can he do the same in the 5? Just on the wall. Not playing any games, hitting that inside clip, spinning back around, hanging himself up a little bit, but still bringing it back into that last outside zone. Pushing it all the way out with that left foot brake, just working his way out.
This was beautiful.
Jacob pushed the door.
Yeah. Jacob did a safe run while not falling behind. This is the perfect safe run. Not doing too aggressive on the transitions, but still diving on the door on the corners, which is all you need to do. So the judges are voting for Jacob and he goes to the final, which is going to be in between Max, Jagger and Jacob Hutchkins.
And we have our third place fantasy battle between Brandon, Shorton, and Jack Lai.
Where is Max going?
I think
he realized.
Uh-huh. We've got Jack at the line. Now we're waiting on Brandon. And this is going to be an interesting battle for me because both of them have been pushing it. It's just they've had that one little hiccup every single time that's knocked them out. So it's going to be interesting to see if both of these two can put it together.
Exactly. Both of the drivers are really strong on this track. And off they go.
Firing around past that restart line. Big flick. Off rip. Brandon parking it right on the side. Jack pulling a lot of left foot brake as he fills that outside zone. Flicking it back into outside zone 2. A lot of left foot braking there. But Brandon will not be shaken. He said, "I'm stirred," and puts it right on the door. Just through that keyhole in the outside clip 5. As they come around, hitting the inside clip. Brandon spinning back onto his door. Jack deep in the zone. Can he fill all of that outside zone 6? Yes, he can. Putting the wing on the wall as Brandon just pushes him across the line.
Super good chase from Brandon. He really pushed every single bit of his car and did a great job, especially on the long corners, staying on Jack's super fast GR86. But let's see the swap positions, and off they go.
He fires right through there, hitting that restart line as they fire through, slow rolling a little bit on the initiation, but left foot braking, a lot of left foot braking as he pulls that car deeper into the zone. Jack got into the side of him, just pushing a little bit too hard.
Looks like Jack has like a deep connection of killing people.
He does have a deep connection with pushing in people's doors.
He likes to be super aggressive, and he's not letting any of that. Like, he wants to be the winner every single battle, and he knows if he wants to win every battle, he has to work for it. But sometimes that might not come out as you want, and looks like the judges are voting for Brandon Shorton as the winner of the third place match, getting the bronze medal and standing on the lowest step on the podium.
Yeah, after getting taken out, there's not really too much you can do. But with that done, we will officially be moving on to our finals. The final battle of round 4 of the Effervescence Summer Series, where we have Max Jagger and Jacob Hutchkins.
Now this is the real fantasy battle. The battle between the two F-22s. It's going to be insane.
Who will be able to put it in?
Just to let you know, every single step on the podium is going to have an F-22.
An all F-22 podium. As we send the drivers off, Max in the chase, Jacob in the lead. A little bit of a bump on that, but Jacob keeps in it and puts her in the zone, filling that hole outside zone 1 as he switches it back around, and Max parking it on the door as they come around into that outside zone 3. Pushing around and shuts her down.
Interesting. The judges want a restart of this.
They are doing a restart. I would assume because of that, the contact.
Maybe Jacob was going a bit too slow, maybe Max was a bit too aggressive. Let's see. Off they go again.
And they fire around, making it clean through the restart line this time as he throws a big flick initiation deep into that zone. Pushing out to the wall, a little bit of left foot break just to extend it as he switches it back around into outside 2. On the wall through that whole outside zone. On outside 3 as he switches back around into 4, firing it off a little bit late into that outside zone 4, but he keeps it moving into outside zone 5, carrying the momentum through inside clip 1 into outside zone 6, all the way on the wall. Can he stay with this momentum? Outside the last outside zone as Max starts to make his way back into the picture and push up onto Jacob's double.
Not gonna lie, I had a bit of a heart attack when Jacob was coming onto outside zone 3. He was so close to the wall. Absolute perfection. But Max was struggling to keep the proximity close to Jacob, but let's see how they go.
As they switch positions, making it clean across that restart line. Relatively big flick for Max, but Jacob a little bit more of a tame approach on the initiation, both filling all of that outside zone 1. Jacob riding that left foot brake, trying to hold the car back, but he is right on the door, matching angle with that lead F22 of Max. He is just pushing him. Absolute heater of a tear as they make it through outside zone 6, into that last outside zone as he pushes his way up onto that door, just leaving his mark, not leaving it in the judge's hands at all.
What a final! I don't know if the contact on the initiation was the lead or chase fault. For me, it looked like Max was maybe still left foot braking in the entering the first outside zone, and that might have been the cause of the contact. I don't know, but Jacob was just keeping an insanely close proximity to Max, while matching his angle and speed, which is super hard, but there was also a bit of hiccup between outside zone 5 and 6 on the Manji part, which might be a bit of a deduction for Jacob, but
it'll be interesting to see.
He was very close and way more aggressive than Max was on his case, while Jacob did an absolute perfect, in my opinion, a 99-point run on his lead. Like, being that deep on all of the zones is just insane, hard. Jacob did an insanely smooth, fast, fluid transition run, which was just the perfect run to chase, while Max maybe did a bit too much diesel on entering the first outer zone, which might have messed up Jacob's chase line a bit, but he managed to recover from that pretty well, finishing the run like an absolute unit.
And given the fact that the judges do have all of these different camera views where they've got telemetry from inside of the car and things of that nature, they're sat there going back and forth, talking with each other, making sure that they're making the right call, going through the telemetry, going through all of this other data that they have at their disposal, just to make sure that they, when it comes time to actually confirm contact or fault, they know who is at fault. But
the judges are looking at the correction between outside zone 5 and 6, when Jacob did a bit of a correction on the chase, almost straightening but recovering it very well.
And it'll be interesting to see how they do rule, because that has been an area of contention a lot today between 5 and 6.
Exactly. The question is that, is the aggression going to pay out for Jacob? Because Max wasn't that close, like anywhere on his chase. He was clipping it nice and clean and safe. Or are they gonna be in the tap on the initiation and the big correction between 5 and 6 bigger than the advantage compared to Max's chase?
It looks like we might be sending them one more time, because they are very tight. It is a very close battle.
I mean, I would be super happy to watch them go again. So when I'm speaking, a judge just dropped a vote, which is a one more time. And another judge voting for Jacob.
Oh!
This could go either way.
Oh, nope, that was supposed to be a one more time. It was a missed vote. It was a missed input on the vote. So it looks like,
ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see the final battle one more time.
And let's hope that we get another battle of that caliber, just with cleaned up chase runs.
At this point, any of the drivers could take the top step on the podium. They are consistent, fast, smooth. They are just doing the absolute perfect leads. But when it comes to chase, Jacob might be a bit more aggressive, but Max might be a bit more consistent. So off they go. Let's see how they go.
Across that restart line, firing for a big flick across the line goes Jacob, as Max parks it right on the door, giving him a little bit of a gap to transition, but just right there. Oh, as
no,
Frank's a little too deep in the water, going into the wall. All that Jacob has to do now is to finish this run cleanly, and he's going to have the advantage. Working his way through that inside clip, going into the last outside zone. And he's pushing it on the wall, left foot braking, not taking it a little bit too shallow. He was just pushing it across the line. As we get back to the start line to switch the roles.
All Jacob has to do is to keep a nice distance, nice proximity, not overcommitting it, not doing any mistakes, just keeping it clean, and he is going to win this event. Let's see.
Firing across that restart line. Slow roll initiation as he parks it right on the door. No hesitation. He said, I don't need to stay back. I need to be in the party. This is the finals, baby. Risk it for the biscuit. And he is really coming out here and parking it on his door. not holding back for anything, knows he has the advantage, and says, I'm still gonna put on a show. This is the last battle of the night, and I'm not leaving it in anybody's hands. As he gradually works his way back up onto the door for the finish.
And for the last time, we saw this battle insane.
Absolutely moving. Were no games played. They kept it in there the whole time.
Judges have a decision. And it's going to be Jacob Hutchkins getting the win, officially stepping on the top step on the podium. Good battle. And next, Jagger getting the second place, well deserved. And who was it? Brandon Shorton getting the third place on the podium. GG's to all the drivers who showed up today. Even if you got eliminated in the top 32, you did perfect. This track is super hard. There's no one to blame here. Just congrats to everyone. Big respect to all the drivers. And looks like the drivers are in our voice chat.
And with everyone piling in, that was an interesting set of battles. That was an interesting round. We had fun. I hope that all of our commentators, all of our spectators, all of our staff had fun as well. All of our drivers enjoyed themselves. And we will be back next weekend for the last round of our Effervescence Summer Drift Series.